Well, hello, and welcome in everyone. I hope every single one of you is doing great tonight. It is Friday, and we are just 2 days away from the Christmas Eve. Some of you may celebrate the Christmas on 24th, some on 25th, and some not at all. Regardless, I wish you all happy holidays and Merry Christmas. So, today, without going further, explanation, we're just going to start the game and continue where we left off. Actually, no, you know what? We're not going to continue where we left off. We'll focus on the event, do the event further, and then go back and continue where we left off. I think that will be better this way. So, let me just launch the game and then say hello to everyone in the chat. Hey Dervel, how have you been? What have you been up to today? And are you... Actually, first of all, are you celebrating Christmas? And if so, what are you preparing for those days? Oh god, that's really nice. My light was off. There we go. No wonder they were so dark behind my laptop. Okay. Here we are. The game is up and running. Let's get it. Voila! There it is. It's stuck, but there we go. That works. Wonderful. Hey there, lady. How's it going? What have you been up to today? If you don't mind me asking. And what are your plans for the Christmas Eve? Right, I should probably also mention, for those who are not aware of it, tomorrow and Sunday are the off days. Also, Monday will most likely be off, meaning we will be going on Tuesday next. Yeah. Technically, yes, but it's less celebrating and more making sure Grandma's on her feet because she just had hardware removal surgery in her foot and her wench won't stop standing. I want to laugh about it because it sounds serious, but you calling your grandma wench. Is it because why doesn't she want to lay down or just sit down? Is it because she's like, don't make me out to be a disabled woman type of thing? Because I've heard of that before in my family. The doctor said 2 weeks no being on your feet. I'm only here a week, so I can only do so much. Fair enough. Been playing some Genshin, getting some artifacts for some characters, but I don't have any plans that I'm aware of. Fair enough. I guess it will be a surprise if family does anything, isn't it? About to draw something. Hey, yo. Yeah, she's playing the strong, independent 76-year-old woman. Okay. Story of my life. Something's dealing with my...
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
As I was saying, we're not going to focus on continuing the story just yet. What I want to do is... There are two things. One is there is a continuation of the story regarding the event. But before we do that, since there is still small amount of people slowly coming in and so on, I might as well just figure out the stories behind those, like, side quests or whatever you want to call them. So let's do that first. They probably won't be talking to us, but... So I'm here to mentally relax because she's driving me crazy. Fair enough. And I hope you chose a good spot. I will make it a good spot for you. A little bit of Genshin is always a good way to put my mind at ease, so I hope it will be for you too. Take your positions from ranks, muskets up, take aim and fire! Repel the enemy advance. Come take part in the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol special event and experience the joy of being a musket sharpshooter. Musket sharpshooter? Not a concept we're too familiar with. Looking at the stall this guard set up, Paimon can't help but wonder what the event she mentioned could possibly have to do with the Fontaine Film Festival. Ah, it's Super Zenith boss level forces. What in the blazes are you doing here? If you two help me promote my booth, I'll be able to hit my quota for sure. Going to what now? That blah 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 forces thing isn't another weird nickname for Paimon and Ranger, is it? That's right, it's a title for you two that's becoming popular among some members of the guards. You might not remember, but we've actually met before. But considering how ordinary looking I am, and the fact that I'm just a mediocre sharpshooter, I'm not surprised that I didn't leave much of an impression. Anyway, let's just pretend that this is our first meeting. I'm Turina, a special security and surveillance patrol trainee, and I'm in charge of handling all sorts of odd jobs for the patrol. It's not Turina, is it? It's Turena, most likely. Given how popular the film festival is, the Special Patrol is hoping to ride on its coattails by running a publicity campaign, with the aim of spotting hidden talent among the citizenry. So, ta-da! Behold the shooting simulator on the table in front of you, known as the 1000-pace interdiction arc-minute sharpshooting zone. Oh, Jesus. This thing looks like a little more of the Court of Fontaine. Aha, but not just the Court of Fontaine. This sand table allows you to change the area, so you can switch the wilderness scenery if you want. Much less spectacular than the Court of Fontaine, though. Combined with a special pair of optical goggles that the Fontaine research we're literally going to put on VR. That the Fontaine Research Institute developed for us, it lets you simulate taking out enemies from on a high, just like a real special patrol sharpshooter. That's literally VR. Basically, it's a game where you simulate using a musket to aim and fire at targets, right? But the name is so hard to wrap your head around. What are interdiction and arc minutes supposed to mean? I came up with the event name based on a famous line that Captain Chevreuse once exhorted us with, which aptly expresses our lofty aspirations. An outstanding musket sharpshooter always strives for pinpoint accuracy. At a distance of 1000 paces, your shot grouping should be less than an arc minute. In reality though, based on the current processing precision of mass-produced muskets and the eyesight of our sharpshooters, achieving a dispersion of less than a single arc minute when firing from any further than 100 paces away, let alone 1000, is wishful thinking, to put it mildly. But if we're talking about Captain Chevreuse, I wouldn't put it past her. Whoa, slow down a second. You're making Paimon dizzy. Don't get too hung up on the technical terms. All you need to do is have fun. Super Zenith boss level force is right. Sometimes it's not worth overthinking things. Just give it a go. When I first joined the patrol, Captain Chevreuse told me that too. Anyway, please take these goggles, and when you're ready, you can start playing with the simulator on the table. Well, after talking so much, why don't we try it out? Paimon was curious what it felt like to fire a musket anyway. Looks like it might be fun. Watch us actually be playing as Chevreuse. I'm curious about this event. Oh wow, they unlock over a certain amount of days. You know, I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to do either all of them on stream, or I'll just do it by myself. Why not? Unless you guys want me to show you what it is. Right, let's quickly go to this little boy. Petit Lumière. Let's see. Great day, isn't it? Someone as famous as you, I bet people are always handing you their business cards. You know us? Ranger, this kid's pretty sophisticated. Holding another in contempt merely on account of their lack of years is a mistake only the most ignorant would make. I suspect the two of you are not quite so shallow as that. I didn't intend to flatter myself, but my elder brother and I are famous local film directors. Everyone calls me Mr. Petit Lumiere. Hello, do you plan on giving us your business card as well? Correct! I'm quite keen on learning more about your adventuring experiences. In my industry, extraordinary stories are always in demand. As you appear not to be well acquainted with me, allow me to introduce myself. My elder brother and I have been working together to produce films for quite some time, and have already had quite a few blockbuster successes. Perhaps you've seen employees leaving the factory? No. Oh, that's okay. How about the arrival of an aquabus? Haven't seen that either. I see. There is nothing too remarkable. The road to fame and stardom upon which we two brothers tread is yet long, and we will certainly make even more popular films in the future. Film production, constructing and planning narratives, the performances of actors, the cooperation between cameraman and director, and post-production and processing. All of it is a truly fascinating process. And among all these, I believe that the process of filming itself is the most technically demanding. One you choose to focus on while filming decides the information that will be conveyed to the audience, the atmosphere they will feel. Of course, the narration is very important, but you cannot expect the story to rely on narration alone. 4 shots. I've always believed that you only need 4 shots to construct the smallest divisible unit of a story. Within just these 4 shots, a genius can work miracles. Would the two of you like to try? Seize the opportunity to revel in the glamour and charm of filmmaking? So, what should we do? It is simple. I will provide you with a few simple themes that have already been formulated into short scenes. The important thing is to try out different ways of handling both the narration and the camera, and combining them to film a few short scenes. So we're going to do the same thing that we did during the event story. Are the two of you interested? Our interest has been piqued. Marvelous! Then once the two of you are... Jesus Christ, that scared the crap out of me. Oh, that surprised me. Marvelous! Then once the two of you are ready, you may go to the filming locations I have already prepared. I will give you feedback on your finished product. Fair enough. Then start selecting scenes. Okay, when are those available? 7, 8, 7, 2, 4. I guess that makes sense. Somewhat. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's see what they have to offer to us. So far we have VR goggles and them being a film director. So, Len, let's see what Len has to tell us. Fontaine Film Festival. Great job! You really outdid yourself this time. As things stand, finishing the project before the deadline is nothing but a pipe dream. I'm not just in for a scolding. My boss is literally going to kill me. Why is that young lady over there crying? Do you think she needs a doctor? I wonder if there are any professional therapists in Fontaine. When did you get here? Thanks for your concern, but right now what I need is a doctor that can resurrect my dying career. I was pretty sure that isn't something a doctor can fix. It's only a job. Worst case scenario, you can always get another one. Yeah, getting a new job's worse than dying. Everything you've learned goes out the window, and you have to start over from scratch. I don't know what kind of jobs are you thinking about switching, but you don't have to really switch the whole industry type, so... Oh well. Just talking about it like this won't solve anything. No, why don't you tell us more about your problem? That might be a bit hard, considering it's a technical issue. Now, just how can I explain it? Well, first things first, my name's Elan, and I'm an engineer working for the Fontaine Film Festival's equipment supplier. I'm mainly responsible for developing audiovisual equipment. To achieve a certain effect when filming, our client requested us to develop a kind of stabilization platform that can carry film cameras while moving at high speed. These stabilization platforms also needed to be able to carry puppets that look like actors or modern animals, playing the part of groups in the background. That way, they'll be able to keep the cameras fixed on actors while moving at high speeds, or save them from having to splash out the cash to hire hordes of extras. On top of that, they insisted that each platform had to be less than a third of the cost of a camera, and that its lifespan had to be at least 30 years. How was anyone that picky? Even for a master craftsman? Apologies for yelling so much, oh god. Producing something cheap but durable that works well is nigh impossible. But I managed it. After all, the customer is always right. We've had even fancier clients before, and I've nearly run myself into the ground trying to satisfy them. Oh boy. What's got you in such a huff? Problem is, I don't have anyone to test it. I've created the product, but unless I can get it tested, the project can't be considered complete. All the testers who have a basic grasp of mechanics or are physically fit enough have already been employed by the Fontaine Film Festival for more important work. If the client receives a product that hasn't undergone proper testing, and it turns out there is something wrong with it, I'll have to cough up 10 times the original payment amount in compensation. All I can do is hang around trying to sell our products while we look for some outside assistance. Oh, Jesus. I don't know, for some reason when I'm reading out loud the text, it just makes me yawn. No matter how many hours I have slept. To be fair, I have slept quite little today, but still. Even if it means I end up losing money on this contract in the end, so be it. After all, it was my boss that signed the agreement with the client. But I'll be the one on the hook if we have to compensate them 10 times the value of the contract. We've come this far, might as well tell us what testing involves. That's right. As long as it's nothing too complex, perhaps we can handle some of the simpler stuff. It might not sound difficult, but it's harder than you think. To confirm how the stabilization platform perform when running at extremely high speeds, I set them to avoid anyone who gets to close mode. The tester has to run after stabilization platforms within a specified area and chase as many platforms as possible into the target area as quickly as possible. For someone with poor stamina like me, chasing a stabilization platform more than a few steps is enough to make them collapse from exhaustion. It's just a bit of running around. And then you've described it, Paimon's positive this will be a piece of cake. It's just a few machines, just you wait, we'll be hot on their tails in no time. You might even end up overtaking them if you're lucky. Testing limits and that sort of thing is a walk in the park. For real? What, genuinely? You're actually serious? Then I'll pay you, please. Ah, the commission. We won't say no to that, but under the circumstances, if we accept too much of your money, our consciences wouldn't forgive us. Consciences. Yeah, Jesus. Just pay us however much you'd usually pay for your testers. Miracle workers, that's what you are. Not just doctors, but miracle workers, here to resurrect my dying career. The testing site is in an empty domain near the city. Well, I'll leave it to you two then. You have my undying gratitude. After this many years in the business, finally a bit of luck. The boss won't be killing me tomorrow after all. After you finish this job, maybe you should consider switching bosses. Honestly. Okay. That's another one, and I think this is the last one, is it not? It should be. And then what we'll do is focus on the event story quest, and then focus on the main story quest. Oh god, no. My two radiant guests, you're finally here. I cannot laugh like that. You must be the legendary adventurers of Tevat and rising superstars Ranger and Paimon. That's us, alright. We're certainly well known among the Adventurers Guild. Stop yawning! Jesus, why am I yawning so much? But superstars of Tevat, perhaps just slightly over the top? After all, there are still many people out there that haven't heard of us. It feels like everyone we've met who comes straight out with such flattery ends up asking us to do something for them. Out with it then, what do you want? Oh, no, I don't want anything from you. I simply wanted to put forward a win-win proposal. That's literally wanting something from us. Join forces with me, Fontaine's most talented experimental film director Melier, to become the next big star of the big screen. Once you've made it, money, connections, it's all yours. Wherever you go into that, no one will dare to stand in your way, and you'll find yourself walking an endless red carpet rolled out just for you. But I like it when people stand in my way. But we don't even have much experience acting on camera. If it were true that we could get famous just by collaborating with you, then why aren't you already a super famous director, huh? And what are all the other stars that you've worked with? Uh-oh, straight to the point. It's alright through me. If only someone would set up a special training school for actors. I need someone who not only knows how to fight, but also how to control their expressions and inject emotion into their lines. In short, I need someone who can do it all. But such genius simply doesn't exist. So far, I've only finished planning the regular acting part of my avant-garde production. I haven't even started on the action scenes, let alone finished my first film. I'm worried that I'll have to resort to employing stunt doubles, so that's why you two are such perfect candidates. The stunt doubles mean what I think it does. You want us to shoot the fighting scenes. You've hit the nail on the head. It's the perfect solution to having actors who can't fight. We're pretty good at fighting, but won't people be able to tell that we're not the same people just by looking at our faces? In theory, yes, but the action scenes are absolutely central to my experimental production. If you do a good enough job, I'll make the regular acting scenes into silhouette shots. There weren't even many lines to begin with. I'll make the other actors cake themselves in makeup and adjust their silhouettes so they fit your profiles. With a bit of lighting magic, no one will even know the difference. In a way, the regular actors would actually be your doubles. Anyway, they aren't as well known as you two. I'll even pay you royalties. So, basically, if we help you, we'll be handed the starring roles on a plate. Just like that. You'll also receive a large payment, and that will do wonders for your reputation. And it really does sound like it will pay off. What say you, Ranger? Time to put our acting skills to the test. Let's go. Thank you so much for lending a hand. What a dream come true. And without further ado, please head over to my experimental studio right away. There will be 4 fighting scenes in the film, each with a completely different ambiance. Each scene will also have its very own special lighting. When the special lighting comes on, the action will intensify in line with the corresponding place in the script. With your experience, I'm sure you'll get a hang of it in no time. Once all the remaining scenes are filmed, we'll finally be able to wrap this thing up. Okay, so this one will be similar to the other one that we focused on. Oh wow. Okay. Regardless, let's do the main the event stuff now. Let's see what they want us. Afterwards, we will continue with the normal one. Okay. There we go. That is Yoimiya and Ayaka.
Ayaka! Yoimiya! You're already here!
Alright, I need to play auto. There we go.
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yeah, and how about you, Ayaka? What were you up to yesterday?
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervillette at the Palais Mermonia. I was originally thinking of going with him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aquabus with Yoimiya and visited the Opera House on Aranias Island.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there! 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together! You've already seen them, right?
The Darja Coppelia and the Nemesis of Coppelius. Wow, this is epic! Hey Darul, how's it going? How have you been?
Yeah, those 2! Amazing, aren't they?
We sat and watched for quite a while. It was mesmerizing. Like we could keep watching them forever.
Good, how about you? I'm doing fine, thank you. It was quite a lazy day today. Not much really happening. But it was fine nonetheless. I enjoyed it. Do you have any plans for Christmas? If you celebrated, that is.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them, too.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach! Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed underwater! I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down together. 3, 2, 1, and then splash! We were beneath the waves.
Nice. Small gathering with family, what about you? Similar. Like it's just myself, my brother, and my parents. That's
At
it.
first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all. Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way faster than I did.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too.
Yep.
That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the Romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
Of course, Ayaka would think about the travelers.
Yeah, and there were so many creatures that we've never seen in Inazuma. Like those fish that shimmer like a sword blade. Whoosh! Oh, and those big fish that call when they see people. Ooh.
Oh, you mean Hunter's Rays and Blubber Beasts.
I just love the name Blubber Beast. Just wait till Pops and the others hear about this. They probably won't believe a word I say.
Jesus Christ, Yoimiya is so Kuro-like. Kuro really needs Yoimiya. He'll love her. At least I hope he will.
Yoimiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aquabus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the waves when I went to sleep last night. But as soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon. As for the others, We're here.
There it is.
Please excuse my tardiness. I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
Wait, 6 miles? I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure could use some of that endless energy everyone else has.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee? More milk, hold the sugar.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that for you. No, you can't go anywhere. Please, have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. The last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
God damn. What do you mean I spill it over Karina?
So much energy. Seriously, what's her secret?
Oh, Yoimiya's always like that. But you sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because you're not used to waking up so early, huh?
Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be omitted or adapted.
Wow, Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough.
Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious when the situation calls for it. I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Please spill it over her. Damn it.
Oh, thank you. The sound of being called director and the aroma of coffee feels almost as refreshing as hearing the birds chirping in the morning.
Oh, it seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
We've reached an agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second floor to shoot our film.
Nice.
Really? That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers. Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new members. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items. And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination to set up each scene's atmosphere.
Wow, sure feels like we have some real professionals joining the crew now.
Are you winning? I am indeed. Hey there, Jordan. How's it going? How have you been? What have you been up to today?
First of all, please allow me to first express my sincerest gratitude to everyone in the crew. When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to provide the funds, I really thought that this was the nail in the coffin for this film. I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on such short notice. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma. I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of every person here, as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, The Two Musketeers will officially begin filming now! You may
Nice.
take it from here, Director Farina.
everyone.
Oh boy.
The first scene takes place when the two young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches. All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Wow.
Seems like she's still a bit traumatized by that.
Well, that's a spoiler,
Anyway,
isn't it?
let's see if there's anything we can do to help.
Regardless, let's continue this, and let's see. Who needs helping? Yoimiya, hello! Who do you need
How
help?
about here?
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yoimiya, do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of atmosphere the lights will create. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera and Paimon will be the clapper loader, right? Those roles are just perfect for the two of you.
Why?
Really? Is that because it'll be easy for Paimon to hold the clapperboard while flying?
Yeah?
Well, sure, there's that, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack.
Actually, we started running before that. The clapperboard just gets edited out in post-production.
Oh, I see. It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Yoimiya, we need lights over there too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh, it's exciting to see so many people working together to bring the film to life.
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right. We do have a super close bond, don't we?
You have to question it? Of course.
Paimon's really happy to hear that.
You are my emergency food after all. Okay, let's see what Chiori has to do.
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She said that you two were great friends when you were kids.
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
So Chiori is from Inazuma. Would you look at that?
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
Yeah, she is from Inazuma then. Well, I guess we are ready. Well, as ready as we can get.
So, this is a real musket?
No, it's just a prop weapon.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images. When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in post-production.
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic. Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintained.
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Should use a longer one.
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension of my body.
Yes, this way, our weapons will never betray us in the heat of battle.
Yes, well said. It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
How are we doing, guys? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Do you have any plans for the Christmas, if you celebrate, that is?
Oh, sounds like they found a common interest to talk about.
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon, or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Like this?
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
This is the end of the road for you.
Good. Now turn your body a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulders. Here, allow me to demonstrate.
Drinking, going to grandma's, and drinking. Okay, I think you should drink after you will go to grandma's.
This is the end of the road for you.
Why downwards? What?
Excuse me, Miss Chiori. Director Farina, there's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it?
Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point. But are you sure you wish to do this?
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist. All right, I understand.
I think I know what he wants to do. He wants to include Chevreuse into the in the acting, which also will furthermore won't really be making much of a collaboration between Inazuma and Fontaine, since Chiori is from Inazuma. So she is working in Fontaine, I guess.
Miss Ayaka, Miss Chevres, could the two of you please come over here?
Huh? What's going on? Are we gonna start filming now?
Let's go see.
Wait, I'm dumb. It's
What
not
is it?
Chiori. Chevreuse! Chevreuse is going to act, not Chiori. Yeah, Chevreuse is from Fontaine. I'm dumb. Yeah, so it would actually work well with the Inazuma X Fontaine collaboration thing.
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the role of a musketeer?
What?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
But brother...
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as a good thing. I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here can get rather complicated. Now, I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm not really one for public performances.
Are you really sure?
From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character, but this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister, and the theme of the two supporting and relying on each other isn't conveyed very well. But if we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the older musketeer.
Of course, even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss Chevreuse.
Go on, Chevreuse.
Chevreuse mentioned that she really likes the story, right? Paimon bets that she'll take the role.
She will still have to prioritize her work.
All right, I'll take the role.
Nice.
Good. It's decided then. I'll get started on making edits to the script. We'll also need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes. I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than the original story.
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevreuse. You have my gratitude.
You did much today? Not really. Today was a very lazy day for me. There wasn't really much going on in the, well, political part, so I didn't really watch much of it. I just talk with my family, sit in my room, clean around the house, you know, small preparations to Christmas Eve, but also just lazing around, so.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one thanking you.
Well, since my brother is the one who brought up the idea, I suppose there's no need to worry. Let's go, Miss Chevreuse. I look forward to working with you.
Please, just call me Chevreuse.
They vacuumed my dog. That I don't think that's how
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
You should say that.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to spend more time on formal business.
Oh, come on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka, her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler.
What I mean is that I went to his room, got the Hoover, and cleaned his room. You clean his room, not the dog. That's English matters, you know, like the grammar, the way you. Ah, Jesus.
But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different kinds of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I would like to give her some space.
Alright, go on. Spoil her some more.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
This is the punishment you deserve.
No need to poke fun at me. I'd wager that you also felt that I wasn't the best candidate for the role.
I have video evidence. Oh, Jesus. Feel free to post it in IRL pictures in that case, Jordan.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
So, are you going to go back to work now?
Yes. I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
Go on now. And please take good care of Ayaka.
Yep, don't worry.
You can count on us.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the film when it's finished.
Time to do some acting work.
Alright,
Or camera work.
now that we're all here, let me help set the scene for everyone. The first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but they still have no idea why. We want to capture how naive and innocent they are, despite their pain. Chevreuse will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister, Iris. Be sure to get close-ups of the main characters at the right moment. Silence on the set! Lights, camera, Action!
Let's go!
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers on the way home. You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip, I'm home.
Mother! You were out for so long, we were beginning to worry about you.
That was a bad choice.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat. Apple
Hey, about
turnovers.
it.
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
But I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home? What's the matter, Iris?
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh. It's all right. Don't worry. Girls, listen to me.
Close up on each character. Sure, why not? No, we should pan over. No, let's close up.
It doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. No one can define you with such words. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you. Just like your names. You will both blossom like beautiful flowers. Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet, but one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else.
I forgot that this is not time that I can take my time. The first choice should have been the span over everyone, not just them, but oh well. Ugh.
Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut!
Yikes.
Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
Oh, got it.
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevros?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles.
Everything proceeds at a great pace, and once Farina has adjusted some details to her start of action, you begin
This
to
scene is when our two characters return home, only to discover their mother has been murdered. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action!
Mother, we're back!
What's an Archon? Archon is basically a god of certain region in Genshin. Yeah.
Mother? What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris, stay away!
Huh? Why? What's... Mother! Mother... She's...
Huh? There's poison in this cup.
Huh? I could have sworn I've seen this kind of cup before.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions. Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house. We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now. Come on, let's go.
No, wait. We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
And cut! Beautiful! Great performance!
Holy shit. I couldn't get my eyes off of what was going on the scene. That was amazing. Is Furina an Archon? Yes, she is an Archon of the Hydro Nation.
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
Think of something
I
sad.
was surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, as soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment and became the character. It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only on what's happening in front of you.
Ayaka's performance was amazing. Have I discovered an acting prodigy? Pipe down, everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Stop being a bitch, Furina. Bent, sorry. Should not use the B word. Stop it. Well, I know that the game's doing an acting scene at the moment, but it's even funnier that they made it more real by adding the KFC advert on the side of the show. Oh god. It was like a Twitch stream. How did they make... What?
Are we done already? But Paimon wants to keep playing with the clapperboard.
Paimon!
How do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
A little bit, but it was a lot of fun.
Good work, you two.
You too, Shivers. You were quite the actress today.
I've read this novel many times before. I have a good grasp of my character's mindset. Anyway, do you remember my request from yesterday?
So, Furina's a god. I'm pretty sure yes. I'm pretty sure. Like, Archons... The thing is about the Archons, they can change, yes.
Yeah, hello!
Oh, hello! The Archons basically are the ones that are ruling the land of, like, ruling a certain region. And they are considered gods. You have Archon of Mondstadt or Archon of Animal Archon, I should say. They should be gods of elements, not rather of regions. You have Animal Archon being Venti. You have Geo Archon being Morax. Sorry, Animal Archon being Barbados. Geo Archon being Morax. Electro Archon being Raiden Shogun. Then we have Dendro Archon being Lesser Lord Kusanali or Greater Lord Rukadvara, depending on, you know, which one is currently living and stuff. Not living, but being in charge. As well as then Hydro Archon, which basically would be Focalor. Or Fossilor, rather, I should say. Which is also another name that Furina calls herself, so... Okay, let's continue.
Oh, right! We were having so much fun that Paimon nearly forgot! You have a case where the murders seem really similar to the cases in the novel, right? So, how are they similar exactly?
In the story, the main characters grow up to become two musketeers, always using their guns to carry out their revenge. And on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a signal that they've returned.
So, you mean there were rainbow roses in your case too?
Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses just like in the novel. Seems like you're connecting the dots now.
Oh, Oh, that does sound pretty concerning. Especially after seeing the script today. Oh, now Paimon can't stop wondering what kind of ulterior motive the murderer might have. What do you think, Traveler? You're smart. Paimon wants to hear your thoughts.
Great. How are you doing, Sonny? Hope you've been well? Right, how done. So they are just people with many powers and they rule one country. No, not really. Like I said, Anemo Archon, which means that he's the god of Anemo as an element. And each region is based on an element. Like Mondstadt is the region of Anemo. Which, or like ruled by Anemo Archon, which is Barbados. And the way they rule it, well, the way the Barbados rules the land is giving the people freedom. So you could call that the Mondstadt is the region of freedom or city of freedom. But just... I don't know how better to explain it, honestly. I think the best way for you to understand it, a better way would be just go to the wiki and find out what the Archon is. Okay. If you're only there to assist, then I think we can join the case.
Good. On behalf of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, thank you for your dedication to justice. There's no time to lose. We should start investigating right away. Follow me.
Huh? Right now? But we just got done filming all day. Paimon's so tired.
Paimon, stop complaining. You really just said that you wanted to play more with the clapperboard. What about Unknown God? They're part of Celestia, most likely. Or they're just Paimon. Nobody knows who exactly Unknown God is, so... That's the thing.
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea. If you don't stay vigilant, you will pass right by them in the fog. That's how one of my favorite books always puts it, at least.
What is your sibling?
So
No idea.
where are we going right now?
Let's start by checking out some workshops that sell mechanical components. If the culprit is making their own weapons, it's very likely that they'll visit those sort of places.
That's the thing, Jordan. The entire reason why we were traveling around is because we were trying to find our sibling. That's the thing. I need to go higher. And in each nation, we just discovered a little bit more about them. So, and what they did and what they are. I'm not going to dwell too much into it, just not to spoil it if you ever want to play Genshin yourself. Okay, there we go. Livre.
Welcome to Le Show's Clockwork Workshop. How can I help you?
Hello. I'd like to know if anyone has purchased some special components lately.
Special components? Sorry, could you be more specific?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clockwork toys, but for firearms.
Huh? For firearms? No, we don't sell those sort of things here.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble. We are merely investigating a case, and we're hoping that you could cooperate.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of components that would entail.
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers who buy in bulk on behalf of their organization.
Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your cooperation.
What about missing components?
You're welcome. It's the least I can do.
Like, what about the missing components of some other people? For instance, like, you know, trying to go for the... schedule the delivery, and during delivery something is being stolen. Well, I guess it would be reported, wouldn't it? So they wouldn't be able to do much about it. Well, I saw a big Hong Kong Impact poster when I was in Hong Kong. Ayo. Who was on it? Was it Bronya? Usually Bronya.
Oh, hey, Chevris. Run out of oil for your musket again?
Hello, Estelle. I want to know if anyone has come to your shop recently to order some firearm components.
Oh, is this another case? Let me think. I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontaine Film Festival, but I refused all of those requests.
Oh? Why's that?
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I don't have the energy to make some new molds just for the festival.
Then has anybody come specifically looking for mechanical components?
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre. I don't typically give them to one specific person.
I understand. Thanks for your cooperation.
Fleuve Cendre. French, gotta love it. It was the pick of the latest character, Reese Apocalypse Lunar.
Don't mention it. Always happy to have the Musketeers' patronage.
Seems like we haven't found any leads to go off yet.
Yeah, unfortunately. Alright, let's head to Fleuve Cendre next.
Huh? Are you sure? People might not be so thrilled to see the captain of the special patrol there.
You think so, huh? Then I guess you don't know.
Huh? Know what?
That I grew up in Fleuve Cendre.
Well, then, I guess we get to know more about Chevreuse. Interesting. Now, how the hell do we get there, though? We like the love. Hey, yo. There is an whole underground thing in this place? Oh my god, why is it so deep? What? Is this the Fleuve Cendre? Fleuve Cendre? Feels like it might be. It is. That's good to know, I guess. Wow. This is where the less beautiful part of the less, well, not beautiful, but less wealthy part of the city lives in, huh? It's not half bad, but jeez.
Hello, I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know anything.
Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anybody.
You say that now.
It's the truth. Here, take this as my guarantee.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the special patrol bribing a citizen?
Keep her lips sealed and no one will ever know. Besides, it's called buying info.
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to muskets in Fleuve Cendre lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So loud that it's been waking me up.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here.
Don't think there will be another Bronya battle soon, because part 2 is new story with new characters. Well, I mean, they cannot redo the same concept over and over and over again, so...
Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere, it's all the same. But the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember clearly.
Is it that you don't remember, or that you need to think about it some more?
You tell me.
Then please, think about it some more.
She's giving her even more Mora!
Maybe she's just giving out some pâté de fruits.
The noises came from the end of the southern waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the pat de fruit.
The free, sorry.
No need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk.
What's that?
Seems you catch on pretty quick. Now then, let's keep going.
I wonder what would happen if I said the other thing. Just getting bribed for the sake of not getting to keeping my lips sealed. Hydration! I don't have anything with me, so I'll have to go and be right back. See you in a bit, guys.
Lady Huga03 asked me, since Ranger is gone for the moment, what would you say to stream? Well, well, well. Looks like the stream finally got interesting without Silent Ranger. Maybe now we can have some fun and actually enjoy ourselves for once. So, what's up, chat? Ready to see me dominate this game and show Ranger how it's really done? Let's get this party started. Those parts. It's taking him so long. I guess I'm finally on the right path. Really need those parts. It's taking him so long. I guess I'm finally on the right path. Those parts. It's taking him, so I guess I'm finally on the right path.
I don't forget my drink. It
My
just
time with the Spinas
I
taught me
drink
that
all of
carrying
it.
an unreliable
That's the
weapon
thing.
is worse than not
God
carrying
damn
one
it.
at all.
Okay, let me quickly see what the hell has been going on in the chat, because I saw that lady came back. I would love to hear what Ranger or Mod has said, but I guess I won't get it to hear it. I have to go back. No way. Right. You should have heard what your twin said. Well, I wish I would. If only, lady, you would do it when I'm still here. I don't have a wireless headphones to carry around like Kuro. God damn it. Okay.
I do love Spina di
Let's get back
Rosula's
to it.
logo. It was designed by my mother.
Have downstairs.
Please, just get on with your request.
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about muskets lately.
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson. I can allocate some more manpower to help out with that problem. What do you say?
You're still as helpful as ever. One of our men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
Sonny, what's the point of me having a full bottle of juice and water in my room where everyone else shares it downstairs? In the kitchen, where it's supposed to be. Like, I'm sorry. Huh? Like, I'm not living alone in this house. There is a designated... Should be sorry. Who should be sorry? You should be sorry for doing that, lady, for fuck's sake. There is a house that is lived... that has 4 people living inside of it. That means that those 4 people have to cooperate to work together. And so, to work together, we have designated areas for designated things, as a normal household would. Meaning, drinks will be in the kitchen. Or, if we have run out of them being there, we need to go downstairs to, even further downstairs, to the basement to get the supply from there. Makes sense to everyone? That's why I don't have them in my room, because it doesn't make sense. In UK, it's a different situation, because what I have, my drinks, or my storage room, or my basement, whatever you want to call it, is inside of my room, on top of my closet. That's why I'm so quick whenever you guys are asking me to drink, and I see be right back. Because it's literally like 2 meters away. Here, it's not that easy to do so. Jesus Christ. Ah. Okay. Now that we're done with that... okay, Jordan request Papiru. Ashire Sorio, Kaze no yo ni Tsukimi hara wo padoru padoru. I'm not in the mood to sing that. You guys are pissing me off.
Lady Hyuga03 asked me, since Ranger is gone for the moment, what would you say to stream? Well, if it isn't the stream. Looks like things just got a whole lot more interesting without Silent Ranger, huh? Finally, we can have some real fun around here. So, stream. Prepare to witness the dominance of the one and only evil twin. Brace yourselves for a wild ride, because I'm about to show you how it's really done. Let's get this party started. Evil twin taking over.
Is this the same hashtag that he used before? Isn't that the same hashtag he used before? He memorized it. I don't like this. I don't like this whatsoever. This is bad. Crap. You know what? Matt, if it makes you happier, I can always leave and leave it up to you, for you to stream, you know? I'm pretty sure there are some there is an interactive game, that's called... There is one game that I wanted to stream. And I might as well do that. And leave Evil Matt... Apologies. Evil Matt to do the commentary for it. You created a monster? I don't think I did. He's still under control. I can still plug him out. It's learning. I mean, it's an AI. It should. Oh well, let's continue the story.
This is Sandra, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day. But that gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have happened.
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
Hi, Mark. I'm not sure how he will respond to this now. Oh, boy.
Mackenzie asked me, did you know that Ranger is actually Santa Ranger? Oh, please. Santa Ranger? More like Grinch Ranger. I highly doubt he has the jolly spirit to pull off being Santa. Although I have to admit, the thought of him in a Santa suit does make me chuckle.
Okay.
Maybe we should start a petition to make it happen.
No! No, you don't. No, you do not do that. I am not buying a goddamn Santa outfit whatsoever. I could watch the last stream to figure out what is happening. Right now, Mike, we're in the event part of the stream. So we're following the second story of the event. Afterwards, we will do the continuation, which is still Act 1 of the Arkansas quest. Oh yeah. There is an event going on. There is. It's the muskets and the roses, and muskets thing. So about Navi and Chevreuse mainly. So.
You mean a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
And Floof Sandra knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today.
I see. Wait, Chevreuse was blinking. I mean, they're not frozen in place. See? Paimon is still floating. It's, you know... they can still blink.
It's the guy living in the east side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders a drink and sits there with a nasty look in his eyes.
So, who was the one who lost the gun in the first place?
I mean, Mark, I bet that the reason why she's having an eye patch is just to make her easier to aim down sight. I'm pretty sure that's the reason for it. I don't know if it is, but I'm pretty sure that would be the reason. So she still has an operational eye under it. So, you know, the eye movement would still be there for both eyes. At least that's my theory. We'll see if it is correct or not.
Don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
He's right.
I didn't think she was blind, I'm just saying she's blinking because it looked weird. I mean... I guess... It just, you know, I'm trying to tell you that, you know, even since you have an eye, you will still be blinking, so the movement of the face will still work, quote unquote. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like Kaya and Dane. Kaya, I don't know if she's blind or not. Like, there is nothing said in the story, and he has no reason to wear an eye patch. Dane's sleeve? Similar story, I have no idea. Facial, because she's just being a dumb little brat. That's what she's like. So she just wants to be contain her power or whatever, you know, just like the Ibayu, whatever the name of the anime was. Jesus Christ, that anime.
I know you grew up here, Chevreuse. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
Oh, wow. I feel like you are not understanding, but that's okay. Like, you said that it looked weird that her brow moved when she was blinking. And what I'm saying is, for me, it looks okay and understandable. Since he's still blinking and has an eye underneath the eye patch. So the eyebrow should move. Oh god, no. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear what he's going to say. He's going to probably tell that to wish that I'm not going to stream because it will be better this way or something like that.
asked me, what are you going to ask Santa Ranger for Christmas? Oh, Santa Ranger. I wouldn't waste my wishes on him. But if I had to ask for something, I'd request some actual skills in the game for W a Silent Ranger. Maybe then they'll finally give me a challenge.
Okay. Okay. Yep, that it is. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. You're always nice. You're always nice to tell me that, aren't you? Jesus Christ. Literally, this whole thing is just a roast fest whenever you guys are using the Husky Ranger.
I'll come and go as I please, and I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Right. They locked me in for a second. Thank you for your advice, but we will not take it. This is basically what chivalrous meant. Interesting, okay. The question is... I think I'm going the wrong way. Is it the... Yeah. Nope. Oh, there we go. Voila! What are those two totally different questions, lady? No, it looked like from close, and the angle I thought that it was her eye. I didn't know at that time it was her eyebrow. Oh, okay. To be honest, I don't know if it is her eyebrow. I'm assuming it was, but from the close-up, I thought it was her eye underneath the eyebrow. Got it.
Huga03 asked me, who's your favorite mod? Thoughts on what should Ranger eat? Ah, Lady Huga03, my favorite mod, of course. They're always there to keep things in line and make sure the chat stays in check.
Bullshit.
What Rangers should eat? Well, I say we give them a taste of their own medicine and serve up a big plate of humble pie. It's about time they learn a thing or two about true domination in this game.
What? He didn't pick a mod, he did. He said Lady Huga03 is my favorite mod. That's what he said. Because of her keeping the chat in line. Which she sometimes does, but she's also the main one who causes chaos. Oh, Jesus Christ. She's basically keeping others from making chaos so she can do it all on her own. Jeez.
What's all this? Some broken planks and barrels, as well as some liquor bottles?
Yes, but have a closer look, Paimon.
Hmm?
They have been tested on. So, yeah. Wait, I must know. Go on, Mike.
Even though somebody has purposefully tried to clean them up, these are obviously marks from musket bullets.
Yep.
In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the barrels and bottles for target practice.
Could it have been the killer?
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendres own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even fewer would go to such lengths to hide markings from practice shots.
Oh, you're going to see if it responds to the same person. Ah. Based on who's asking. Well, that's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Because if he does, damn. But if he doesn't, Well.
Mocking Z asked me, who is your favorite mod? Ah, Lady Hyuga03, my favorite mod, of course. They're always there to keep things in line and make sure the chat stays in check. Plus, they have a great sense of humor and know how to handle the chaos that comes with my evil twin antics. They're the real MVP.
Yep, he really does like Lady the most. I mean, I guess that's a good balance, to put it that way. See, Lady, you're at least someone's favorite. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Anyway, let's go. There might be more to this. Seems like that's all we'll be able to uncover for today.
Paimon feels like we managed to learn a lot more here than up on the surface.
Well, Real Rigid likes me better, and of course he will like Lady better. Yeah, that's fair. Everything's balanced, as all things should be. When Ranger is chaotic, he likes Lady.
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to our suspect, then their timeline was probably something like this. A month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket, and took it to the Fleuve Cendres for target practice. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done, he left a rainbow rose on the body, just like the scene in the novel.
That all makes sense to Paimon, but we're still no closer to figuring out the killer's identity.
Well, we now... Well, I guess we can't really ask who went to Fleuve Cendres. Mainly because they will not snitch on each other. I must ask this question next stream, see if he still likes Lady.
The deceased was a resident of Fleuve Cendres. It's said that he was a poor, solitary man.
Ladies and bra. But if we were following the novel, shouldn't the guy have been a nobleman?
Yeah, that's also something I'm trying to figure out. If we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of vengeance. But according to our investigation, the deceased didn't have any enemies. He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead. Much less care to leave a rose on his body.
It doesn't have to be a specific rival towards a person. It can be just somebody who felt bad about the status they had and what they did towards the people of Fleuve Cendres, for instance. Could be.
What message is the killer trying to convey? And to whom exactly?
Could they be the novelist?
We've thoroughly investigated that possibility.
Oh.
He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed his account.
Okay, so he has an alibi.
Not only that, he lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. There are also records of him at an orphanage before then. In the story, the mother of the 2 musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence.
What about it not being somebody who is really... who's an enemy? What about a loan? Never paid back. I guess it would all go back to Northland Bank. They probably wouldn't know about it. It'll be way too easy. Or it could be just random basis, just, you know. Who knows?
More importantly, I've also had a chat with him in person. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the trigger to kill a man.
Then, what should we do now? We have all this new information, but it doesn't help us move forward.
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit in just a single day. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation once we're done with the film. I'm sure that given time, new leads will present themselves.
Wait, but weren't you saying Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago? Wouldn't you just miss them if you were to stop looking?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What else did it say then?
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
Oh, well, we completed this, meaning we're going to start doing the Archon quests. Continue, rather, doing the Archon quests. So let's get this rolling. By the way, I was able to actually get Navi a little bit better. And Ganyu got her first artifact. That is actually quite good for her. I'm going for the Blizzard Strayer, for those who are interested in this part of the stream. I'm going for the Blizzard Strayer because I tend to use Ganyu with Kokomi. What Blizzard Strayer does is a 2-piece set, cryo damage bonus plus 15%, and it's 4-piece set. When a character attacks an opponent affected by a cryo, their crit rate is increased by 20%, and if the opponent is frozen, crit rate is increased by an additional 20%, so the total of 40% can be done, or crit rate can be done within just using 4-piece set, Blizzard Strayer, and Hydro. And usually what people want to go for is having 50% of crit rate and about 100-200 of crit damage. The higher the better. This is the main DPS. So yeah, the artifact is attack because it's obviously a feather, so it always will have it. I'm trying to focus on energy recharge. Unfortunately, I got crit rate, but I also got attack percentage, which is nice. Frozen is your favorite status alignment? Ailment? Yeah, it is. Alignment, not ailment. Unfortunately, there was a defense. I really would prefer having crit damage over crit rate, but I got ER and attack, and both of them moved up. Only both of them. Which is pretty good. So yeah. We'll see what else I'll get, but so far I didn't have much luck. Gotta love artifact hunting. It's always fun. Okay, let's continue the story. So, spoilers for everyone who wants to do Fontaine Archon story by themselves, but also if you have been following the event, that's also a couple of spoilers in that place, so. No, it was ailment. You're right. Oh, sorry. Where can you find her artifacts? So, for Blizzard Strayer itself, it's in the Vindagner Peak, or whatever it's called. Which is at the peak of Vindagner. There we go. Which is at the top of the Dragon Spine. This is where you can get Blizzard Strayer. As well as Maiden Law, Heart of Death. Which is actually pretty good for Hydro users. Like, this is what I have running, at least the 4-star ones, for Mona. So yeah. Need something for Rosaria? Go Blizzard Strayer, since you use her with Nuvi. Rosaria, I'm pretty sure she's a DPS, or sub-DPS. So this could increase her damage output. There you go. Though she doesn't usually mainly focuses on dealing cryo damage, because this is based off of dealing cryo damage. I think. No, it's not. The 4-piece is not. But yeah. It could be good for Charlotte as well. Okay. Enough of that talk. Let's get to it. Time to actually witness the Linny and Lynette's opera thing. Play. There we go.
Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house.
Hey, yo.
Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
Connections? Getting us VIP seats? Who would have guessed? Oh yeah, I don't like Linny's VA.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
But at least I'm not fan of it.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Linny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure, best get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
I like his playstyle somewhat. I don't like how he takes his health away. He sounds like a soft boy. What does that mean? Soft as in, like, delicate? Or is it about him being a crybaby? Because, you know, you can take it two different ways. Oh my god. That is such a huge place. And there is so little seats. Why is there so little seats? I guess it's very prestigious, that's what it is. Fremine, best boy who deserves the world. Oh my god. I also don't like Fremine's voice, honestly. That is Nubi.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Like, Yag's dramatic. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just the three of us. That's the whole audience right now.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
I love the options. You're up, Paimon. Isn't it usually your job? I prefer Fremine over any of the other siblings. That's fair. I honestly like Lynette the most out of all of them. Just, I don't know. I think it's just because I like her VA the best. But yeah. No, Paimon. Why not? You're up, Paimon.
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
He has hearing like a raider dish. What? I'm pretty sure we are whispering to each other. You don't talk to random strangers. Yes, you do. God, the introverts all over the chat. I know, but like that's a silly excuse to talk to someone. No, it's not. Nuvi has ears. I mean, yeah, but if you're whispering to someone, they might not usually hear it. That's the case of whispering. That's the point of whispering. So yeah. To be honest, they're nearby. They are nearby, so kinda in hearing range. Well, like I said, if you're whispering to somebody's ear, which usually that's the case when Paimon is talking to us, You know. Also, thank you, Mike. Spam. Well, I guess that makes sense. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Okay, let's hear more of Nuvi's beautiful, manly voice.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
What?
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Jesus.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
Nervillet.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Why did Lenny say his name so weird? Because that's how you should probably pronounce it. It's not Nuvi, it's Novi. There is an E in there. Yeah. Novi don't even say his name like that. He did say with an E in there. Lenny, I will say this. Lenny has a weird pronunciation of some stuff. Because, like, Monsieur is also, but yeah. Oh well. Udex. Of course it's Udex. Fontaine's Udex. That's what I was wondering. When I think I heard Furina say... Wasn't it Furina that said Novillet? Novillet? I think it was Furina. Open his chat in game. Yeah, probably. But the thing is, to be fair, there has been the whole uproar in Mihoyo, or from, you know, people around playing the game about Sumeru and the pronunciation of some stuff. Apparently, so many actors did not pronounce the names right whatsoever. Of things, of places, of data, of each other, and so on. Also, this is going to rile up some people. I will, once we get out of this cutscene and so on, I will play Jean's voice line about Albedo. And you will hear how she pronounces Albedo's name. Yeah, just... it's hard to know the exact pronunciation. I think I will still stick to calling him Nuvillet, because it's easier on my tongue. And that's how I have been pronouncing this whole time. But maybe I'll try to pronounce it with an E in there as well. With a slight E in there, you know? Novillet, Novillet, Novillet. Novillet, 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 Novillet. Now I stop pronouncing you. Novillet. No, Novillet. 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 I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really.
Sounds like you're saying gibberish. Why are they not calling him Udex? Please! It's Latin! But I guess that makes sense. They're trying not to use... They're trying to make it English.
And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while
There she
now.
is, the brat.
I
Stupid
believe she
thing.
is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
Mm.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
It's a second impression. The brat. Bing. Annoying, stupid.
Huh?
Ah.
Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
I love how Paimon said
Very
it.
good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Yes, Novi! Very good, that is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. It's Farina, the Hydro Archon. That's literally me, how I react to her. God, she's so annoying. Don't shut Paimon up! No, lady, don't shut her up. She's right. She's saying the way it should be. Maybe Roger should have pulled for no. No. I'm not. I genuinely despise using characters that will take your HP. I love my HP to be at the fullest.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Bruh, it's not that bad. It is that bad. I don't want to hurt my characters. If you want to use your fluids that will take away your health, go for it. I'm not that kind of sadistic or masochistic fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but Novi literally would punish himself. I don't... So does Futo! I'm not going to use her. No, absolutely not.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
I really don't enjoy losing health. The crowds have entered the venue and the curtains open for the show to begin. I was able to read all.
Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Shut up, Paimon. You're watching.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
You should.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
I don't know why, but I feel, for my previous comment towards character losing their health, I feel like some hands are typing stuff. Or just angrily stare at me.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Oh, quiet, Lily.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Wow.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
I missed it already. Wow.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
He's naked!
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
That was a short ass.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything!
That was the shortest magic trick thing ever, and oh god. I hope it was longer actually, but yeah. Oh well.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
Wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
I mean, a five-head Novi, honestly. How do you know the show doesn't come to you? This is just one act. If they have anything better than this act right now, sure, but I don't think there is much else. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
I must say I stand corrected. He actually had more to do. I won't let you see the end of the show. Oh. Oh, let's watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
It's going to be Paimon.
It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin.
I'll say the 5 losses. How's it going?
Oh, let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute.
Never mind.
Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
To be fair,
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible.
To be fair, usually those magic tricks are, even if they're using a quote-unquote random number generator, it's usually somebody that has been placed in the position that will work with the people, so.
You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box.
I wish to know why is
If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like.
60 seconds.
I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Literally...
Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
he literally just said you can count faster or slower if you will. Like, if you want. Oh my good god. That's ridiculous. Okay. Surely is prepared with the whole crowd counting together. You couldn't even if you wanted to. I mean...
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
Huh? Why aren't you counting, Neuvillette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show. Somebody got shot.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
I love counting in my head too, Novi. Maybe it was just to divert our attention. Maybe.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
It generally feels like watching Novi sing and Novi dance. It's been a murder.
What happened?
Because you didn't mean it in that way, Mark.
Is this part of the show?
It definitely is not.
Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
Up, Furina.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Jesus, you're annoying. After some time, the guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
God damn. Can you stop telling her to shut up and just listen to the story? I am listening, and she's annoying me. So I will tell her to shut up. I will do that. Ugh. So far, she's been nothing but annoying to me. Ugh. And to pull it off like this, in front of an audience including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
Why are you so dumb?
Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
Why are you so dumb?
Can't be right. How can Lenny do this?
Why are you believing him? Her, I mean.
The entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Finally, you're starting to think Paimon. He's a suspect at most. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Can I beat the shit out of Farina because of it? I would love to do it. I would love to beat this bratty ass up. I trust Lenny more than you.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
No, we didn't.
But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome.
Not only does she want to be in the center of attention of everyone, she's now genuinely just lying. Straight up lying. No, we didn't, Mark. That's the thing. She accused me, and then she backed down. That's all happened. Because her accusation has been proven to be wrong. That's not a duel. That's not even a draw. So... Oh my god, I dislike her so much. I don't care. I don't care what backstory she has. How sad it may be, there is no excuse for how she is behaving right now. None. None. It's the same thing with Fischl. I hate Fischl. I hate Furina right now. And I have to hear her all this time. Ah, Jesus. Let's get over it with this, shall we?
So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
For those who did not catch it last stream, we can challenge one of the master duelists, I think that's what their name is, to defend our honor, and if we win the battle, we can go and basically be cleared of the all accusation and so on. And during our meeting with Child, he explained that Chlorant is the best one of them. I can already see that we will fight Chlorant. Maybe, I don't know. I agree she's being unreasonable and over the top. Yes. I'm glad that you agree.
Was it a draw? She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Furina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you...
At least we can listen to Novi and enjoy his beautiful voice during all this. But like, I don't know about calling her that. What a bench? She's a bench.
Are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
A day from now in the Opera House. So tomorrow. I see. No need to call her Ben. She's a sorry excuse of a woman. Come on. That's basically what a Ben is.
Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone's dismissed and the audience begins to leave along with Furina and Novelat.
Lenny!
So what happens now with Lenny and Lynette? That's what I wonder.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Also coward.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No. I mean, I'm sorry, but no. No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me.
It's not about trust, it's just about thinking about it.
I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion.
So before, seeing how Lenny wanted he himself to catch the culprit of behind, those disappearance of young women, I think that's why he now has been in this position, because he was speaking out loud about, catching him. So possibly, I would say the culprit targeted Lenny specifically for this sake. What I guess he didn't. Now the question is, did he want to kill Lenny or actually the assistant Cowell? That's what I wonder.
I don't know what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it is very strange, but there is no denying what happened.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Paimon! Oh my god. Take screenshot? Sure. I don't know if it took a screenshot or not. Oh, wait, yeah, there it is. Now it did. Oh my good god, Paimon. Where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
You look
Don't worry,
dumb.
Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Wait, no, hold on. We have separate accounts? I don't have a separate account. I have only travel funds. She has her own savings. So she's been using the travel funds, which is basically my money. I feed you, mom. Pay up. Yeah, the travel funds is basically our wallet. That's what this is. Well, if you plan to move from one to the other, if he was being targeted, wouldn't the other box have been targeted to be dropped? It could be mine, but what I think could have happened was possibly the line was stronger than the culprit expected it to be, maybe? Because as soon as Linny, you know, went on the other side, the line dropped. There is no way of you to know how long it will take for the line to snap when you know, just sprayed with fire. Sprayed with fire? That's what I wonder. Was it just a miscalculation? Or was there something else? Or was it exactly as planned, as in framing Lenny instead of killing him? I don't know. We don't know. We'll see once we go through all of it.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Tell me different ideas.
Case, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self.
So, I guess, Mac, you were right. Hoya will not let me to see the whole scene, or the whole act. And not just being... Well, it is Hoya, because Hoya created the story, but you know.
But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
I don't have any law background.
Yes, thank you so much.
I don't have any law background. I don't know how to defend people. I'm used to this sort of thing, are we? I won't let you down. I don't want to promise them that. Oh, God. Okay, I'm used to this sort of thing. Yeah, defending those who are mistreated, I guess.
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Lynette could be a prime suspect.
I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Exactly.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial.
Yeah.
'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
Yay!
We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Are you really going to wear this all this time? Please, Paimon. A magician never reveals their secret.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
He is actually wearing it. Unless it involves a crime. It reminds me of the Polish show. Padre Mateusz. Please do Paimon wear it then. Yeah, there we go. Grolini and Lynette's attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
I want that skin, I'll pay, Hoyo.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
But why was Cowell inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident.
Yeah.
If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
Not really.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Not really.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
2 days.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
That is true. That is true. Although he said at the beginning he had no vision. That doesn't matter, Sonny. You can kill a person without a vision. I mean, look at our world. But it's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence. If you torture them, maybe. Not always. But it's not always true.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Okay, let's do it. You can use the case recorder to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record. Then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Is this a thing for the entirety of Fontaine? That will be sick. How could he use burn the ropes without using his pyro? Sunny, do you know what a match is? Or a torch? Or a flamethrower? You know? Firework, perhaps? All of them use pyro. Or fire. You don't have to use your vision to, you know... I'm surprised how to see that the water tank has been only using one rope to hold it. Like, wouldn't you rather have it more secure? Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. I swear to God, if Mario just made this specifically for this Archon quest, this is ridiculous how much time and effort they put into it. They create a new mechanic just for this Archon quest? I hope not. Guards investigation report. An investigation from the guards indicate that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Lenny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowell and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysteries. The deceased identity. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. Right. A detective in action. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cal weren't inside the box at the moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. Did somebody, like, put him in there? Investigate. What was there? There we go.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
We're attorneys here. Attorneys here. I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa! Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Special rope. This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. So was that just this rope specially weaved? So majority of it is a normal rope, but this one part is just a flammable material? How does that work? Okay. There's more to investigate. Oh, that's the rope. Okay. I don't think asking Asmod will do much. Okay, let's see the box. Broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Yeah. Sure. Let's look at the fireworks. Can we? Do we have to talk to them? No, we can talk to those people. Let's do it.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Yeah, of course. So it was pre-selected as we expected.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Who else except for Winnie? Winnie?
That
Linny.
much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
We stop being attorneys for Linny and Lynette and just become detectives. Random number selector. This device was used during Linny's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly, someone has tampered with it. It's not really that clear that somebody tampered with it, to be fair. Right. Anything else that we need to investigate? There's another people. Oh, okay. Maurice, hello. Maurice?
What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
We're Lenny and Lynette's authorities. Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Oh boy.
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Please, for once, we are not being
It's of
considered
utmost
suspects.
importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Information about the missing lady's identity. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She's unknown to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. My water with juice is about to end. I swear to God. Okay. We found the first location. And got it all down. Go further, I guess. Wait. No, what? Tries to point us towards a certain direction, but it doesn't really specify where, and this doesn't help us at all. Pretty sure this is it, right? It looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? Guess we had to go and ask him. Got it.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Why?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
I just want to know why.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
What if this Isildur is an actual person committing the crime? And he wants to stay back, just so you know. Cannot believe she's still wearing that. It's Paimon. She gets so stuck on things, you know that. What are you drinking tonight? The same thing I did yesterday, which is raspberry juice with water.
The thud?
Or syrup, sorry.
Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
Honestly,
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
And wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case? Yeah, true.
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Yeah.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
I'm pretty sure the sound was the lady dropping down or something. We need to still know how the whole machine operates. I'm pretty sure there's like a tunnel underneath, maybe. But, like, you know, going backstage and stuff. But who knows? Strange sound during the magic show. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Because if you remember, Lenny had like, what, 3 seconds or so to move from one box to the other? It should be doable if he runs fast. And there was, you know, light popping in. And suddenly showed up. Like, not suddenly, like slowly opened the doors, which gives him more time to actually prepare. And then they open them. So, he still had time to do that. But the noise happened and then Lenny said it was his decoration. Yeah, because it was part of the show. I'm pretty sure. Like, you know. Because obviously she is not going to willingly go down on the steps and stuff. So I think it could be somebody from the troupe, or somebody who looked like a troupe was underneath the stage. Took the woman out. Because if I remember, she was meant to, I don't know, what was it? Just it was going to be dark either way. That's what they told her, right? So I don't know. We'll see. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Well, that's 2 areas, I guess.
What the fuck are you doing?
I am investigating, Hank, as you want me to, so please leave me to my investigation. Right, this is not here still. How's it going, Johnny? How have you been? Uh-huh.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Love ya!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Nice.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
It seems like for someone who's trying to operate on certain investigation and stuff, they're a little bit too... I don't want to call them forward, just, you know... They're very out there. I'm doing alright, how about yourself? Having a good day? It was a good day, it was a very chill day. There wasn't really much happening, but yeah. It's them! Love them! I like them a bit, yeah.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
They behave like mafia.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Nadia it is.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So this is how she behaves whenever she's in her work mode. That's interesting. So, you want to that can be speaking. So, you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Thank you.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay, she cut them now. Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny
True.
without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yep. Because
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Oh, she's
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Why would she?
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Well,
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
Well,
Actually,
I say
yeah.
it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No. Definitely not.
Well?
Not always. Never!
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like an entertainment. Second one is the main, I would say, but also the first one is the good point. Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Just for the sake of entertaining the audience who is in the trial. You're going to overlook certain things? It shouldn't be done like that.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
Exactly.
And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
Okay, I'm liking her now.
That's more like it.
I'm liking her more but now. Yes, she gets a little bit over herself, like she tries to push certain agenda that she has. But when she's being told off, she immediately backs down and sees what she did wrong. I like it about her. I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister?
Ed and Yanfei would get along, I feel. Yeah. They have to make a connection between Navia and Yanfei. One that is full of, the facts and going along the rules and all and laws. And Navi with her intuition, they would be unbreakable duo of solving all the crime scenes.
And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Paimon, why are you so bossy now?
I have nothing to add.
Is it the mustache?
Alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
I want to see the dream team? Hell yeah. The justice will prevail. Okay. I guess this is the only person to talk to.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
I wouldn't be surprised, since we were just in with Chevreuse in the, oh god, what was the name of it? Le Cendré? I'm pretty sure there has to be a connection between that place and anywhere in the Court of Fontaine and the city. There has to be some sort of underground system, But there's no way there is not. Like, yes, we are far from Court of Fontaine, but still. Maybe just an escape by the seaside or something. Who knows? We'll see, I guess, when we go along with this.
So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
You're too bossy.
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing,
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Can we get a blueprint of the whole house? Or of the whole opera thing? She's so cute. Entrances and exits to the opera house. No one left the opera house during the magic show and after the incident happened. Only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Jesus Christ, Paimon. Also, this is a Navia stare-off. Okay, before we do that, as I had said, I will play you guys the genes about albedo. About gene about albedo. There it is. Listen to this. How she pronounces albedo.
Sometimes I feel that terms like genius were originally created for albedo.
Albedo. She puts a what is it called? Instead of on the E, she put it on an A. Albedo. Oh, it's so
Sometimes
weird.
I feel that terms like genius were originally created for albedo.
I don't know if there's anyone. Oh wait, Sucrose. Let's hear Sucrose. I think she has also bad albedo. Never mind, I cannot have it because I need level 4 friendship. Oh well. Whoopsie.
My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
I love albedo. Albedo? Who is albedo? Okay, let's get the whole thing undone.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Navi is an interesting character, that's for sure.
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
I want to know what exactly was she on in the audience. I think she was in the upper one, balcony, because I didn't see anyone in the lower. But maybe I was just missing. Who knows?
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick.
Exactly.
But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
Oh. I see. There is far less space inside. I know how it looks from the outside, isn't it? There is a bit of a switcheroo. The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Or maybe not.
What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
I don't know, we'll see.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row.
Never mind, it does look like it's big enough.
The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait, does that mean there's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
Yeah, okay. This passage linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
How do you exchange those boxes?
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
I presume he just... there is a ladder or something that he goes down and just runs. And what about your side of the trip?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Oh?
My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Wait, what? They're actually twins? Lenny, what the hell is your cat ears and cat tape? I thought they were orphans that had been put to the same thing, the building, or whatever you want to call it. And they were just calling each other brother and sister, just like from an A. What?
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Interesting. I mean, I guess hiding the tail and ears is not that big of a deal, like putting on the Lenny outfit. How does it work the other way? Interesting, that makes sense. Please note the tail. God damn it. Oh, God. I don't like Paimon working like that. She's way too bossy because of it. But where did Lenny go? So Lenny just explained, talking about the... during the performance, like at the beginning of it, he went down the ladder and moved to the other box and that put it there. So, while the one box... So, I'm pretty sure how it works is there are in total of 3 boxes. There is one box that is the one moving, and there are 2 outer boxes. So, you know, that's how it is in the end. While the one is moving, Lenny just goes down from his box, where the other goes to the other, and there we go. Then I was already in the box with the girl. Exactly. I think they are actually twins, though. You know, honestly, I need to know their backstory. Okay, I can tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending.
Oh.
And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
Something happened here.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
Wait. So, the girl was in the box. It moved. I presume it didn't take the whole 60 seconds for Lenny to go from one side to the other. I presume that's what it was. So I guess the culprit took the girl out. Most likely has been seen by Cowell. So I had to stuff him inside of the box instead of the girl. That's what caused him to die. Because as far as I remember what Charlotte said, there was no killing involved, only missing women. That's about it. If he was pushing the box, then how did the girl disappear? No, he was not pushing the box. There is an energy involved thing that pushes the automatically and rotates the box and all. So yeah. What if she turned into air bubbles like how Lynette did? Are you trying to blame Lenny? Okay.
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
Thought I missed all that he said? No, it's fine.
Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Lenny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Right. No, I'm saying she could have just turned two. I wasn't like turned into bug.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
The magic trick. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of an on-stage interactions. On-stage magic box structure. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette and Lenny's clothes remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and let people to believe that Lenny had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. Audience-style magic box structure. The magic box at the center of the audience stands has two layers, and beneath it is an entrance to an underground tunnel. This was how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. Okay, so one thing we know for sure is Lenny didn't. The actual random number generator was random. Otherwise, this whole farce inside of here is pointless. Which means that somebody tampered with it, actually, and made it be this way. Control board. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Can you actually press it? Because we have a ladder, right? A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above. Yeah, fair enough.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Jesus Christ, looking at Pine with this ridiculous outfit is not good. Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
I'm surprised there is nobody in here, keeping an eye on things. Dropped hook rope, a rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied to one end of this rope. Its use is unclear. I cannot read about it. Okay. Good to know.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Thank you,
Speaking
Malus.
of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
There was fight involved. Cowell must have noticed somebody stealing the girl, and that's why he was stuffed in the box and died because of it. I'm pretty sure that there wasn't supposed to be a murder involved. But unfortunately, it did happen. Who knows?
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Broken flower vase, or vase. There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Cannot with Paimon? You're not the only one. Jesus Christ. Clothing.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lindy mentioned the guest having a wardrobe change, meaning it wasn't planned.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
She just... Wait. She just changed her goggles. They were empty before. Or the glasses, not goggles. Please take a screenshot. Jesus Christ. Lady, you will go through that, you know? You will play through this Archon quest.
Ugh. This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
The young lady's clothes, the clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. But it will take time. What the hell? High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. They are indeed. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. Aha!
What is this place?
It looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Lenny and Lynette were in the 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one-person passage. Barely, but living along with the missing lady seems an unrealistical prospect. What if they were using the magic pocket? Or magic bag, magic pocket bag, whatever it's called. And the trolley. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute their plan. Because we know all of it now.
Yes, let's head back up.
Let's do it. Too far.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
Perhaps that means that there was a secret passage. It would seem so.
The plot thickens.
You really said that, Navi.
Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
That really is stupid. Like, just because he's a prime suspect doesn't mean that... Maybe not, it's not that stupid. Just like... He's a prime suspect. You cannot really prove he's guilty, that he is guilty. You know, innocent until proven guilty, right? That's how it works. The Oratrice will too.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice.
Jesus Christ.
To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
First AI.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
So...
Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Right.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Damn.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. Ah, goddammit, Paimon.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now's not the time to be picky. Oh,
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
You could order
what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Not enough.
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
I'm on.
Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
God damn it, Paimon.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Hey!
Huh? Here? But how?
Navia's
Understood,
macarons.
Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
I wanted to taste them.
Wait. You're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Jesus.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Let's go, macarons!
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be a Spina di Rosula thing. Navia methodically handles the ingredient and pulls fresh macarons out of the oven in a short order.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. But from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
By accident, I missed the pause button and clicked to the left of it. God damn it, that sped out the process. Look how big those are! Jesus Christ, they're massive.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Oh my good god. There is something else. That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Oh yeah.
Only 3?
Paimon.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Ooh. Thank you. Why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines.
Mark. Really? God damn it.
The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Yes, really, okay. So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people. The missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There is no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Halsey.
Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. Yeah, that's true.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
Yep.
Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search?
We are, Paimon. There is just plenty of
From
more.
the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case.
Few more missing points.
Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Yeah, it's the highest you can count for.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love eating. I'm starting to feel that she actually did not eat them.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
Wait. What do we? There's this one guy that turns invisible. I mean, you know, they're pretty strong as well, right? They're right here among us, just eating macarons. I'm gonna blame Fatui.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
More macarons.
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Jeez. Navi does a second round of baking over the 2 missing macarons. However, the discussion that follows does not yield much progress.
That's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Oh, God.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go.
It's 1-0, by the way. Macarons are delicious, they are. I'm trying to... Oh, yeah, I lost the thing. I was going to say that, Paimon, you have something stuck on your mustache.
I'll be back if I find anything new.
It wasn't funny anymore. Probability of third person being involved. Neither Cowell or Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too. I still think it is very probable. Unless it's entirely
All right,
Navia.
it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Right. Let's have a look through those notes, actually. Why not? Might as well see them. Silver Trip. I had this for a long time. Child's vision, that it is.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod!
Exactly.
This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. Why would it be him? How strange.
Oh wow, there's a couple of things that we either missed or we couldn't look through.
Gosh. No wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
I'm still thinking that the vent has been used by the third party. Cowell got in the way of seeing the whole thing in action, so the culprit either attacked Cowell and stuck him unconscious, or killed Cowell on the spot and stuffed him unconscious. Well, dead, not unconscious. Who knows? Who knows?
The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating.
Of course you would.
Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either.
I still think there was.
Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
I don't think they dig the town. There's no way this was the whole thing, like digging the tunnel underneath it for the sake of it. I did investigate.
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't be. We have 2 things that we're still missing towards this whole thing. Right. What else is there?
This one's got your name on it!
Well, forgot that we're no longer investigating anything. Right. Can we still go down there or not? Yes, we can. Or we could, rather. Wait, can I actually press this? No. Right. Investigate only. That's not what I really want to do. Oh well. Trying to figure out if we could actually traverse this whole thing and if we could enter the vent, for instance. But I guess that doesn't work like that. Right. So now, we have 2 things. We can chat, either continue this story and go further with all of this, get the trial up and running, or we could end here and continue on Wednesday. Because on Tuesday will be Lethal Company. So yeah, up to you, chat. What shall we do? And actually pause before we suddenly become A10 or whatever. I want to keep watching. Sure, we can continue. More and more achievements. There's no stream tomorrow. Yeah, there is no stream tomorrow. There is nothing on Sunday, nor probably on Monday. I don't think I will do anything on Monday. I will get burned out from streaming, honestly. So it's gonna be a while. It will be. We still are not done with Act 1. God damn. Continue. Anyone else? There's 6 people watching, so If we get another continue, and if we get another continue, we'll continue. Unless there won't be any responses by the time it hits 3 hours and 41 minutes of the stream. Which I think will be the case. Right, 10 seconds left and no more responses. Means 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so we will continue. But before we continue, let me quickly take a piss break and I'll grab myself more drinks. So, I'll see you guys in a bit. And we're back, and let's continue the whole story in that case. 8 to 10, alright? Oh, we're so close to get to it. Let's do it. Let's get to it. Oh, it's a polling day, god damn it. Right. Let's... Voila. 8 o'clock on this spot. Perfect. There we go. Let's participate in the trial. Welcome back, thank you. Oh, they changed everything here. Oh, damn. Okay. Put the viewpoint right there as well. Let's do it.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Yeah, but she'll lie.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Well, time to do it.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
I want to know what exactly, or what does the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale look like? Sorry, oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
I want to smile.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Again. Innocent until proven guilty. Unless you want to say that everyone is... Well, actually, she does. That's the whole prophecy, isn't it? Everyone has a sin. Jesus Christ. This whole land is cursed. Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Then he clearly reveals the details of the magic trick. Everyone in the audience is
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Let's hear her lie.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Speculation.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
I'm sorry, but... Farina, you're not... It's like... The way she works is she has a certain agenda in her mind already. And she connects all the things she wants to connect towards the agenda. She doesn't work based on the facts. She's literally like our previous government. She's literally like the goddamn flat earthers.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
Is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lily not know about the sound? That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
But you were not inside of it. This is Aura Trees.
Those scales. Could those mean...
The thing is, the box can sort of... What is it called? Get the sound off, I guess? I don't know what to call it. It's interesting, okay. They probably represent the Oratrice's stance on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Jesus Christ. Unproof? Not really, because he still heard the countdown. That's the thing. Depending how well he heard it, is the question. I'm trying to think of the word in English. I know in Polish ones. No, that's the word I thought you were looking for. Yeah, no, it's not that. It's not soundproof. It's like muffling. So like it's slow, like lowers the volume but not fully. Muffled, yeah, exactly. Right, shades off. There we go. Hello, Kudo, how have you been? Okay, let's see where this trial takes further.
Of course. I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Right.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I've been spoiled a little bit by memes. So. What do we? Gotta base everything on
No
the
wonder they did something like this.
Jesus Christ.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
I don't like the fact that this could cause an international accident if they blame Fatui of all the bad things doing. Especially if it's not founded. Is there a chlorine behind this guy? Is it? No, that's not chlorine. Are you on the side of the Fatui for once? I'm not on the side of Fatui, I'm on the side of Lenny. House the Hearth is the orphanage. They're just part of the orphanage. Just like Fremeneas. I'm sorry, but are they really part of Fatui? Are they Fatui themselves? So... No, it's a Melusine? Maybe. Maybe it's a sitting person with like really baggy pants. I don't know, we'll see.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute.
It's Child's fault, you know? He walked in and bam, it was him. Child was not involved in this yet.
Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
We don't know if they're orphans.
The
so.
Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
I want to snap her up.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
If it wasn't relevant, Linny and Lynette are fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There is no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Oh, Jesus Christ, stop it. Given how Linny has concealed his identity, this could all have been set up beforehand. I don't. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. What do you mean? He was that chair in the background. What? Where? Where do you see Child? I don't see Tartaglia anywhere. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Now hold on, you were not part of... both?
I knew it!
Both are true.
That's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Oh, I hate her so much. Oh, how much I despise. While court is adjourned, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House. Now tell us everything.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
No, we did not. What?
Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Go for it.
I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
That's a really bad explanation, but I do agree that something should be left out. But how can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
Another runaway son.
You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
They just straight up said that they're part of Fatui. They did not say that they're not part of it. Fatui ran away, it's happened before. Yeah, but it's not them. They admit it to be Fatui.
But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry.
True about
Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
True. But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of putting everyone in the same bag. And there has to be one good Fatui somewhere out there, right? We met 2 of them already in Sumeru. Did I do part of the quest on stream or did I not? I don't think I did. I think I did on Discord. There was 2 of them. They tried to run away from the Fatui. They wanted to live their lives in peace. One of them unfortunately died in the accident of trying to make it happen. The other one is gone with... No. Did they die? They were injured, but I don't know if they died. So, yeah. And they left us a message. One of them at least left us a message that they were fine, so... There is not that many bird Fatui out there, and you know... But there is still plenty of them. God damn. What's on Paimon? Can AI actually speak? What is happening?
Lady Huga03 asked me, thoughts on Paimon? Paimon? Ugh. Don't get me started on that annoying little gremlin. I mean, seriously, who thought it was a good idea to have a sidekick with a voice that could shatter glass? Every time Paimon opens their mouth, I can feel my sanity slipping away. Can we just mute them already?
Come on, Paimon's not that bad, excuse you. I can understand that higher-ups, the Harbingers, are bad, but the people below them can't be all that bad. Exactly. Exactly. The question now is, Mark, how high in the higher-ups, or how high in the ranking are Lenny and Lynette? Because that will determine a lot. Oh well, let's go through it. Well, they are Harbingers, that's true. But remember, Il Dottore had also a nice friend of his that was helping him, if I'm not mistaken. The whole, you know, one was Corbo 30, the other one was, I think, his assistant, was it? I don't remember exactly everything from Sumeru now. It's been a while. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Okay. I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe that judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Let me give you cookies. What? Lenny's statement. Lenny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the thud. The voice in the Oratrice core chamber. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Oratrice core within the Opera House's underground structures. Let's continue with the trial. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Yeah. I think it doesn't use the E, it just uses D and apostrophe. The brief adjournment is
Both
finished.
parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Okay, I'm going to wait because I know that the bot is about to speak in like 5 seconds.
Lady Hyuga03 asked me, thoughts on Kuro? Kuro? Oh, you mean the one who always tries to steal my thunder? Yeah, they're all right, I guess. Can't deny that they have some skills, but they'll always be in my shadow. It's cute how they try to keep up, though. Maybe one day they'll actually pose a real challenge. But until then, they're just another minion in my evil twin empire. Kuro who?
He made a hashtag Kuro who. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I think what you should ask, Lady, was Kuro Ratio, not Kuro itself. So it actually recognizes the person in the chat. Perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. Kuro who. Jesus Christ. What? Oh god. How choked do I spit? Why is he creating so many different hashtags? Like, what is this? Okay, let's continue. We'll do it again in a second. Fair enough. Don't die, sir. I'm trying not to.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, If everyone would lend me their attention.
How about now?
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Thank you for telling everyone I'm a nobody. I always try to tell everyone that. By his opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. A question was placed. Fair enough. Use your reputations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
Lady Hyuga03 asked me, thoughts on Kuro Ratio? Kuro Ratio. Oh, you mean the perpetual wannabe who's always trying to steal my thunder?
So it's a similar one.
They're alright, I guess. But let's be real. They'll always be living in my shadow. It's cute how they try to keep up, though. Maybe one day they'll actually pose a real challenge. But until then, they're just another minion in my evil twin empire. Kuro who?
Okay, so it actually does understand who Kuro is. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's see what this is. Furina versus me.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
What? Would it be really that loud? Objection!
He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
I'm sorry, but the vase was full of water.
At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Right. Actually got notice? Wow, you know, I like him more already, even though he roasted me. At least he acknowledged me, unlike some people. I think you're pointing fingers at someone, Kuro. Oh god. How have you been, Kuro? Well.
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Well, we know for sure that this... Okay, Linny's actually in the tunnel. Identify loopholes, let's see. Lane claims that he headed to the chamber containing the oratrice core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. I mean, yeah. On left the opera, poison oratrice core chamber. The young lady's gloves, strange something in the magic show. Lane's statement, I think, is the best one.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Oh, yeah. We have to be a traveler for once, right? I'm alright, how about you? I'm doing great, thank you. This doesn't really help much. This one.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
So what? Entries and exits of the opera house? Of course not. Why? What? Oh, there it is. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Lenny must have been very confused when he saw them. No?
Seems...
Not for crying out loud. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audiences members heard.
Seems this won't produce a...
Oh, I see. I'm dumb. We're trying to select it. Okay, yeah. He did enter the tunnel. This is the next thing. Lenny attacked Halsey. The loud sound was from Lenny and Halsey fight, but Lenny claimed that he had nothing in order to cover the truth up. This is the one that we need to actually refute. The first one was correct. Man, your detective skills have dropped. Yes, they did. I'm currently past midnight, so I'm going to claim that I'm just tired. Didn't have many sweets either, so... Right. That's the one. Refute.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Yep. What is next? Lenny kidnapped Halsey. Lenny knocked Halsey out using the vase and removed her clothes to prevent her from being identified. However, was Lenny really in the tunnel at the time? He was not. This one, I think. Right? Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Oratrice core within the Opera's house underground structure.
Lenny went into the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Lenny knocked Cowell out. Yeah, that's something. The existing evidence indicates that when Lenny returned to the tunnel, the crime had already taken place, and all Lenny saw was the clothes.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation.
Audio out.
He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Here we go.
Attention!
Oh God, no.
Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Well, let's do it.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
Successful refutation, yay! It wouldn't let us mess it up, so...
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
You actually put those on.
You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Indeed.
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Lenny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Shut up, Nadia.
Managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Lenny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue now. Your claim has now become my weapon. Here's the most what? Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Irrelevant evidence. Information about the missing lady's identity. Reality is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic shows. That doesn't really matter. Strange sound during the magic show. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. No one left the opera house during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave. There's not really much of an evidence, is it? What do you mean this is irrelevant? Ashire soru yo, kaze no yo ni, tsuki mihara wo, padoru padoru. Which is the evidence that Lenny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Really? Well.
You serious?
You dance and now you're laughing at me? Excuse you. I mean, I guess that. Since you didn't hear it. Yeah, that's the one.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Yep.
This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Jesus.
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic.
I'm going to pause here because Matt is about to talk and I don't want him to interrupt the whole story, so... Oh boy. Here it comes. In a moment. Maybe.
Kuroreisho asked me, thoughts on Lady. Ah, Lady Hyuga-03, my favorite mod, of course. They're always there to keep things in line and make sure the chat stays in check. Plus, they have a great sense of humor and know how to handle the chaos that comes with my evil twin antics. They're the real MVP.
She's not your mod, first of all, excuse you. Also, Kuro, you just... yeah, it just... Oh, boy.
Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
That's not the case. The murderer was you. That's not the point right now. We're trying to prove that he's innocent, not who's guilty. The murderer was. It's like the gear icon or icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. How did the culprit trigger the onstage accident? The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowell in the box below. Right. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe have been able to tamper with their props. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Select any clue to view detailed information. This really feels like Danganronpa.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
There is.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
I don't think so.
The
Maybe.
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Why would he get himself killed?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
What if actually there was nothing about the third person? What if actually it was Halsey? What if all those missing women are actually people who are trying to escape something? Just get out of Fontaine or anything. But then again, it's either her or a third person.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Was actually planning all along to wear those glasses and stuff. No, yeah, we know that. You know what? I'm starting to believe it actually was
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Watch me be wrong about it. Like, there is no way they will let us lose the case, but still. I'm still torn about this tunnel. There are two things involving the tunnel. If somebody was trying to kidnap Halsey, she would have, like, the tunnel was not made to fit two people trying, you know, to take the body and so on. Second thing, person saw Linny inside. So whoever was moving through the tunnels or through the stash or whatever saw her inside the tunnel. Saw him inside the tunnels. Actually, doesn't make sense to Halsey as well. Partially. The crime already happened when Linny was in the tunnels or in the Ohatri's place. It could be her moving through the tunnels and actually jumping down and seeing that all that happened. But why would she murder Cowell? So he doesn't see her escape? Perhaps? It started to make more and more sense compared to having a third person involved. She dropped some of her clothes, not all of them, so she could change into something else and leave having a different identity, right? So, you know what? Screw it. It was her. I don't know if it's correct. Hypothesis incorrect, so it is actually third person.
Could there have been a third person?
It's incorrect. What? Excuse you?
The
It actually
deceased's
is
name is
him?
Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
I mean, yeah, he was the only person who could possibly have committed the crime, I guess. Then why did he turn out to be dead in that case? Surely he didn't kill himself. Well. Hey there, all went together. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, let's see how it goes.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious?
I'm currently living in Paimon's brain.
The killer was, in fact, Cowl, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
Maybe.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Right. How can we envisage, I don't know if it's properly pronounced, Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Yeah. How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel?
No one entered or left the opera house. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Yeah.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. The sound we heard may have come from...
Who's the prime suspect currently? It's Lenny.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
I mean, he is currently the prime suspect, so that's answering the question. Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Maybe he was just too cool. He was new to the troop, to be fair. That's true.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the...
Okay, so the last one is incorrect. Yeah, so that's
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What? So what,
It
this?
would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
That doesn't really
They would likely
explain
have bumped
much.
into Lenny as well.
But is she still in the tunnel? Is that what they're trying to say? That was incorrect, so it's basically all the other stuff is incorrect. Or it was meant for us to have nothing. Oh goddammit, I couldn't read that. It was something about understanding Lenny's magic trick and stuff. Leaving aside how he died, Cowl had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowl and Halsey struggling. Lenny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowl to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered. Not really. If they have changed the clothes, and all the audience's, like, their focus, audience's focus was on the box in the middle, where all the commotion was happening. So, let's see.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go? Halsey.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
magic. Escaping from the water tank. Wait. Could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Shut up.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Select clue. Let's see.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
That makes sense, right? Forgot about that.
If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, she had it?
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects. We might find something there. See, she could have turned her bubbles. I wasn't crazy.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
Novi? Novi?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
For some time, a guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the Primordial Sea.
The Primordial Sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Damn.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
Holy shit. So it's not about dissolving anything, it was about the murder. Halsey has been murdered by dissolving inside the water. Oh, good God.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
We can test on you.
This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines.
He said what? I'm sorry, how else pronounce albeit as albeit? Is that how you pronounce it? I thought it always was albeit. It's albeit. Really? I need to hear it now from my dictionary. You guys are going to hear it with me.
Albeit.
Fucking hell, it is. There's no different pronunciation to it. There's only one. Albeit.
Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. The liquid the guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. Yikes.
The deceased's name is
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of a dissolution? Timing of a dissolution.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
There could be something on the hook. Maybe? What other evidence do we have?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
Nah.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Oh. Could be that. Control the timing of a dissolution.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
I think it could be that. What about...
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Wait, what? What item did the culprit use to control the timing of a dissolution? I
I
think there might be
remember
something
there
there.
was something else within the inner.
I don't know if it's correct or not. What item did the culprit use to dissolve holes?
The water from the primordial
There we
sea.
go. That now for sure. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime? Now it could
I
be that.
remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime? I don't know.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Oh, couldn't? No, wait. It's probably the same with the rope, isn't it?
I remember there was something else.
This has to be it.
I remember there was
This has to be
something
it,
else
right?
with. Lynette was in the magic box.
Yeah,
I remember there was something.
Damn it. Could be it? Ah, there we go.
Ahem. It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
No, we
On
got
that
something.
note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Uh-oh.
What?
That can't be.
Granted evidence.
I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Well,
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
right.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
I think Navia will come in handy now.
Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Oh no.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rosula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
That's it?
And voila.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
So now, chat. I think me choosing her as the first reasoning, first suspect to be primal suspect, was correct. Now let's hear the reasoning why she killed Cowl. Cowl tried to kill her first, I think. We'll see.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
It's her!
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Well, so I guess Mark was right about her doing this in self-defense. If they're a practiced hand at concealment, probably. A professional thief could make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Goodness, but she didn't know she was going to be killed, and he didn't know that she stole the ticket from the person who they actually were. True. They did enter the tunnel. Halsey dissolved, that's not it. Wait. Halsey has not been dissolved. He has been attacked. There was an audible thump that many audience members heard a year ago. As a fight.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Yep. That wasn't between Lily and Cowell. It indeed broke out, but it was between the two of them. During the fight, they have broken this.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell.
Yep. And the last one is trying to hide.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
It was unfortunate circumstances for both sides.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Oh, God damn it, Paimon.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
And we win this case. Now it's still... Okay. How come we cannot be on top for once? God damn it.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Yep.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Oh, I'm so glad. Novi is so done with Farina as well. He's so done with her, exactly.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Oh!
Wow. Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
For being a bent.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
I was about to say.
This case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
I'll put it back.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
You did jack shit,
Great
Paimon.
work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
He just dumped it there.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh god, the mechs are here as well. However, nothing is found in the scene apart from the liquid left behind after Vaughn dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
This is dark, I mean... It is what it is. It still was the dissolving thing, so...
Lenny...
Oh.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
You didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all.
So they are orphans. At least now we know.
That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
I'll let you know.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
I don't know about that.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, This is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
What happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine, and we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Goodbye.
Bye, Linny!
Damn. Navia!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Lenny. I wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearances case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah.
She looks so
I see.
sad.
Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Honestly, I like Navia. Despite her being like a little bit too hasty to certain conclusions and, you know, speaking out the way she speaks sometimes, trying to promote herself, I still like her. She's not being annoying about it, or, you know, the way Furina behaves, or the way Fischl behaves, she's not like that. And you can see that she's very kind-hearted. I don't like her. Well, if you say so, let's go have the meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
There it is, that's Act 1 complete. So I presume the next thing is the Act 2. Yes, it is. Oh, we're not going to follow that. We're just going to leave the place for now. Probably there's going to be some quest line involving that. Or quest voice lines, that's what I mean. Or not. That isn't none. But yeah, that will be the end of today, that's for sure. Wow, we've been going for over 5 hours. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Oh, I should not have done that. It's very... Really, lady? It's very late in the evening. It's not even evening, it's night. But yeah. Hashire Soryo. Kaze no yoni tsuki mihara wo padoru padoru. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys had plenty of fun. I did as well. I really liked the action. Jesus Christ. Last hydration, I see. Lovely. Okay. Well, I don't think there is anyone alive right now. There is no way that somebody is, right? My follow list. Never mind, there is plenty of people alive. You know what? We have not seen Dorian in a while. I mean, he does stream quite late in the evening, so no surprise there. But might as well do it. He barely started, and he's going to play Lethal Company, which I know plenty of you love and have fun with it. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it. It's always fun to see him stream. So let's raid Dorian. Copy the raid call. If you don't have emotes, use the second one. We'll see each other on Tuesday, most likely, with some Lethal Company, which you will see now over the Dorians. Love y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Good night. Bye-byes. Ranger out. See ya. Oh yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone, and for those who do not celebrate it, Happy Holidays. Now I'm off.